Hello and welcome everyone. No camera at the moment. I thought I'd come home from the gym and do an admin task and hurry up and get done because I need to get it done. And I didn't finish it. So I haven't even gotten to the shower, I haven't set up the camera, I haven't turned on the lights. So I have a bit to do still to prepare for being live, other than just going live. So anyways, I'm Shanon, writing with the name of SD Huston, author of Curse, Scales, and Feathers, Curse, Wings, Gems, the currently releasing Bound to the Element series, in which the fifth book, Flicker in the Fire Scion, came out yesterday. And the goal of today is typically what I've been doing on Tuesdays during the summer. I'm actually going to keep it the same through the fall, where it's going to be like a marathon day. Essentially, we'll do several 1 hour long sprints during the day. Try to hit around 7 to 8. I'd like to hit 8 if I could, but it seems like my average is 7. However, today I have an appointment in the afternoon, so I will have to be ending before then. I think 12:30 my time's the latest I can go. So whatever, I don't know how many sprints I'll be, probably 3. I doubt it'd be 4, because that's like 4.5 hours from now. So probably 3 sprints is all we're gonna get in this morning. And then got my doctor's appointment. Yeah. And then just in case if you didn't know, this is the last week that's set up kind of like how this week is set up. How it's been all summer, because we're heading into the school year. My kiddo's going to be in school, and his therapy schedule changed from the beginning of the year, so I'm not going back to that schedule. And what I really am liking about how I changed things up a little bit, between Monday and Thursday, I still have sprints. All start at 8 a.m. my time, that's central, and 3 of those days are strictly timed. Except for Tuesday, which will be the longer day and a little more relaxed. But the ones that are strictly timed, instead of 3 1 hour long sprints with 5-minute breaks in between, I'm doing 4 1 hour long sprints with 5 minutes in between, except for the middle 2. There will be a 5-minute break to like catch up with everybody, and then I'm building in a 25-minute longer break for like, getting up, stretching, moving, because I'm realizing that I like my strictly timed sprints, but the break time in between the sprints is me talking to everybody. I'm not getting up, I'm not moving, so like for 3.5 hours, I'm not getting up and doing anything unless I take time away from my tasks, which is what's been happening for the last few weeks. So whether you go do laundry or eat or just get up and move. So I'm trying to build in a little bit of time where I can get up and do other stuff, whether it's, eating, stretching, moving, doing laundry, whatever. So yeah, it'll be a little bit longer of a stream Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because I'm doing 4 hours instead of 3 hours, and then building in that extra 25-minute break to make myself get up and move and do things instead of sitting here for 3.5 hours. So yeah, okay. I think there might be only one person here with me at the moment, at least in the chat, or I don't know if Kat's still here, but Kat stopped in first. Good morning. Currently updating my goals and habits journal. Then I'll work on some financial tests. Financial tests are always good. I just did mine last week. And I did it, my bank is changed their interface online. And usually if I set up payments ahead of time. So I go in there, and toward the end of the month, I set up all my payments for the beginning of the month. And I don't like reoccurring bills. I like having control over it. I know it's kind of weird, but the way they changed it, I was like, okay, made the, set up the payment for the electricity bill. But I thought, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and get that paid. So I put it on the soonest date I could pay it, which was, I think it was like the 30th or 31st or something. And so it meant, I guess, that would mean it would take the funds directly right out of the account, right, to pay the electricity. But when I hit the last button to basically schedule it, it looked like nothing happened. And I was like, what's going on? Like, why isn't it showing that I just made a payment? Because that's what it usually does. And so I went through the process again and paid it again. And it was again, because then I went to a different screen, and I could see there that it did 2 payments. They just put on a new screen. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, you took it and put it on another screen, and now I'm like, and our electricity bill was abnormally high. I think it's because we got the older kiddo at home. It was $550 for the electricity bill. So I paid $1,100 on the electricity bill. I was like, well, we'll be paid up for the next few months. I mean, that's really, really high. We don't usually, I'm hoping it's going to come down from that. And we've been really hot here too, so, yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Anyways, funny story. Oh, that's me. I'm still here. Hi, Kat. I'm glad you're still here. And then Mom Max says I'm canceling my stream today because I can't stream from my phone. Oh, no. I've never even tried from my phone before. Can you do it without picture? I don't know. I don't know what type of phone you have, and I would not be able to help you with the technology on that. My phone still baffles me most of the time. I can get computer and doing coding, but phones, forget it. But yeah. Alrighty. Well, I've gotten through all the comments. I think I've said everything I say. Oh, what am I doing today? Yeah. So I'm trying to finish a few more admin tasks, AWC stuff. I need to make some phone calls. We just found out the open house for my son is this Friday, and they did a reminder that any updated shot records we make sure they have. I'm like, wait, I took him for his annual exam a couple months ago, and he got a new shot. I don't remember which one it was, whatever they get at 13. And I was like, oh, I gotta get the updated records and get it over to the school, because if I don't do that, they won't release the schedule on Friday. And I'm like, oh, I gotta do that. So I gotta do that today. I was supposed to do it yesterday, totally slipped my mind. So I gotta do that after I take my shower from the gym. After I finish taking my shower and get the studio set up, I will be back on screen. I ran out of time because I was trying to get admin stuff done that I thought was not going to take very long. But yeah, there was a power internet outage after the storm last night. Oh, okay. So you don't have the, I get it. I understand that. That's too bad. But are you still getting your words in? I can't stream from my phone at home because the signal is so iffy. Half a bar on a good day. I'm sitting outside right now. Oh no. Well, I appreciate you stopping in and say hi with a half a bar. So, all right. So yeah, shower is going to be the first thing on the agenda. Get my studio set up. Call the doctor's office. See if I can get a copy of his record sent over to the school for my kiddo. A few more admin things for AWC. And then what? I don't know. What was it? I have a lot of stuff I have to do. Timer. Oh, I need to send an email out to a Kickstarter backer. I think that would be near the end of all my admin's tasks since yesterday. And I felt like I hadn't written since last Thursday, I think. No, last Wednesday was the last time I had written anything. And after I finished doing the admin tasks last night, I was like, I'm done. And then I thought, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and I wanted to start working on the second book of the new series that I'm writing in, which is called Daughters of Fire and Bones. And I wanted to start brainstorming more. I mean, I had some brainstorming stuff on the second book, but I hadn't really dug into it. And when I was setting it this weekend, I went through, you're probably here, Kat, but I don't know, Mom Maggie, you probably didn't hear, but I took all of my data of my writing over the last few years, all the data I've collected on myself, and looked at how fast I can draft and revise and edit. And what I thought about myself was true. I draft really fast, I revise really slow. And the longer the work is, the more complex the work is, the more the time grows in revision stage. Not just because it's a longer work, but just even more so. So I'm trying to stick to smaller books. And the first book in the Daughters of Fire and Bones is like 78,000 words. So I'm trying to keep with that for the second book. But when I was figuring out what I can do, what I can accomplish, what I would like to publish in the next 3 years, I can't start writing the second book until next year, not to meet the other goals I have for this year, in the beginning of next year. So I'm like, but I spent a lot of time brainstorming last night, but it was like late at night. Like, well, for me, it's late. It was like 7 o'clock. So I usually stop working. My brain kind of shuts off like around 5 to 7. So I'm sending all the hashtag SHU to the stream. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mom Maggie. Hello, Hannah. How's it going? Watching YouTube while making breakfast. Revising takes a lot longer than drafting for me, too. Yeah. What's for breakfast? You don't have to share if you want to. I haven't even got my second cup of coffee yet. I am so far behind. I will be on screen in a little while. I got to take a shower and set up the studio and whatnot. Revising takes longer than drafting. Yeah. I wish that wasn't the case, because that's like my least favorite. Well, no, my least favorite is editing. Because by the time I get to the editing, and I do separate editing from revising. Revising is like story, structure, development, plot, character arcs, story arc, all that stuff. Where editing is looking for typos and grammars and line editing. But by the time I get to the editing stage, I have read my work over and over again. I'm just tired of it. So I finally finished the 7th book in the series that's publishing right now, and that comes out in October. It's October, which means I need to get everything ready to go and upload it by the end of this month. Yeah, before the end of this month. At least I have to get a dummy file up in the cover, which I have the cover. The cover's with Morgan for typography. But I need to have it done and go through readers, because I haven't gone through readers yet, but I need to edit it still. But I spent so much time digging into it and breaking it apart and putting it back together over the last few weeks. I was like, I don't want to touch it again for right now. I don't want to edit it. I need to do a good editing pass before sending it off to readers. But yeah. Good morning, everyone, says Joanne. I'll be revising chapter 28, Project Sugar and Spice. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, making it. I'm a little behind today. I came home from the gym and thought, let me do some admin. And thought it would just take a little bit of time and I could jump in the shower. I've not jumped in the shower. I've not set up my studio, so I don't have a camera yet, but I will get it all going here before the next, I'm assuming before the, yeah, I should be able to get it done in the next sprint, in the first sprint that we do. English muffin, mini breakfast pizzas. Oh my gosh, that sounds so yummy. Now my tummy is growling. I need another cup of coffee. I do editing and revising together because I honestly feel like I can't do a pass without rewriting something. Yeah, I have forced myself to stop doing that because, when you rewrite, you have to edit again. And if you've already edited it, now you're wasting time rewriting and editing again. So I try to force myself not to do it. So like, you know what? I could continue reworking this until I think it's, the perfection mode, right? But at some point you just have to say, I'm done with it. Of course, there's some works I wish I would have been able to spend more time with, but it is what it is. I need to move on. So I got the hiccups now because I'm hungry. It takes me a lot of time to write since I edit as I write, then revise before publishing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the silly face. It's this. That is a silly face. That's perfect for this. Yeah, I used to revise and edit as I wrote when I used to type. But now I try to make myself do brainstorming and drafting is all dictation. So I don't, that way I'm not, I don't like getting, what is it? I'm trying to stop myself from revising as I go and editing as I go, the inner editor, right? By dictating, I can push past that, which is really great. I mean, I don't really edit anything for my brainstorming. Usually when I brainstorm, then I pull out what works from a brainstorming and then try to put it into a cohesive plan. I guess you could kind of call it an outline, but it doesn't look like a traditional outline. Yeah, and then drafting. Of course, drafting and revising. I usually take it out of the speech-to-text program and put it into my Word document, and then I do a bit of revising as I do that. But yeah. And I'm writing a blog post. It would probably take me 5 years or more to write a book. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but you might get faster. The more you do it, the faster you get. That is something that I noticed a trend in my writing process, especially when it came to the novellas, because I wrote all the 8 novellas last year. By the time I got to the 6th novella, I was getting through each part of the process faster. So I think that writing the 8 novellas back to back to back, because I wrote them all one after the other, I think it increased my ability, I guess, to look at story structure and character arc and everything like that. Like to start not just internalizing it, but being able to get it right on the page the first time. Spent this morning trying to calm myself down after seeing 2 spiders. Wow, I was like, oh my God, no. I saw a spider in the shower like a few weeks ago, and I was like, Oh my gosh. I was like, and then like for the next week after that, I could not, like every time I got in the shower, I was thinking, oh my God, there's another spider. There's a spider somewhere. Seeing 2, yes, I would be freaking out too. SP, the day is off to a great start. Kill the first one. Second one is hiding in the further corner of the scene. No, anyone want to help me kill it? Please. No, I'm going to run away. Oh, guys. Okay. I like to read research and stuff. So I was reading, listening to some research when I was coming home on the gym. And there was an article that caught my attention. And I'm not going to go into the whole specifics about the article, but what it was talking about was, hold on, I'm trying to find it. So there is a brain mechanism that drives sustained motivation, because a lot of people, like, how do you get so much done? How do you stay so like motivated? How do you keep going? And right, the ladies at night when I go to their channel, JC and Nia, and they're all talking about how I have clones because I get a lot done, and I'm like, I don't know how I do it. I don't know. I just have something in me does it. But anyways, it's about a neuron, and I was like, how do you say this neuron's name? I was like, I'm trying to like pronounce it. So I went to, so what it is that there is a neuron that is, if it's regulated, it helps to regulate motivated behavior and keeps your drive high. And these motivational deficits are actually often seen in mental disorders like depression, addiction, and ADHD. And I thought, okay, so what is it? And what was this called? Is it a neuron? Whatever it is. So yeah, it's a neuron. And I'm like, how do you say this neuron? What is this neuron's name that helps you stay dedicated and keeps your drive going and all that? And I was like, how do you say this thing? And when I saw how to say it, because I put how do you say this neuron into Google, I had to crack up because I was like, really? It's erection. I know it sounds like something. It probably sounds very close, but like I'm like, of course that's going to keep your motivation and your drive going hard. But here I'm gonna put the name of the neuron into the chat so you can see. I was like, yeah, I had to go tell my husband. Of course, as soon as I said it, he started laughing. Fair enough. But please send me the article on IG. Yeah, I'll copy it and send it over to you. It is on my phone because I was reading it on my phone. So the erection, that's how you say that. Maybe it's just my tone deafness. That's what I was thinking. Like, but then when I went to go say it to my husband, he was like, "Oh my gosh," he was like, "That's perfect." But anyways, all right, let's go into the first sprint, everyone. Find the right tab here. Is this the right tab? I think this is it. Okay, 1 hour on the clock, and good luck. Well, I didn't quite finish getting done from the shower. I just got out. And I did get everything plugged in, but I haven't tried out my camera yet. So we're just going to wait until the next one. We'll make this quick. See how everyone is doing. Oh yeah, I did go to Instagram because that article was on my phone. And I found the written article because I had been listening to one from the gym, but I didn't understand what they were saying, so I had to read it when I got home. And I couldn't figure out how to send a message to Instagram on the phone. I don't know how to do it on the desktop. Phone, like I tell you, I don't like it. There's the article I was talking about. And Kristen came in. Hello, I'm not feeling well, so trying to motivate over here. Hey, that article is all about motivation. So it's about the neurons, or they found a specific neuron that helps with motivation and high drives. And I was laughing over how you say the neuron's name because I was like, how do you say this? Because I couldn't understand what they were saying. So I put it in how do you say into the Google, and it's erection. That's how you keep a hard drive going. Anyways, that's the neuron that they found. Hope you feel better soon. Joanne says to Kristen, hey Eva, how's it going? Mars, I was just thinking about you. Hope all is well with you. I'm fairly early for once. I'll maybe listen to an audiobook, nonfiction memoir by an ultra marathoner. Meds have been taken and pup is fed. And I have acquired coffee. I have yet to get my second cup of coffee or take my meds. I was running behind this morning. I came home, thought I got this one admin thing. I'm just gonna get done. And I just barely finished it before the stream started. And it didn't take shower from the gym, nothing. I thought I'd get done in that hour's time, but didn't quite get done. I did go out and talk to my kiddo for a little bit, so that took away a bit of time. But I still didn't get my coffee, and I'm ready for it. But I'm glad you got everything done. I already had a smallish cup of coffee in my ceramic mug that I got from the hacker camp I went to. A hacker camp? That sounds interesting. No one asked, but my protein bar tastes like cardboard today. Oh, yuck. I'm sorry. Morgan, hello. How's it going? Are you working on anything? And Mars says hi to Morgan. And hi back from Morgan. I'm so sorry. Your protein bar tastes like cardboard. I know, not yummy. I did not do any cyber sex stuff. I wrote in my journal, started a load of laundry, cleaned some dishes, and started the dishwasher. Oh, okay. My youngest brother is actually trained by the military before he got out. Now he works for the military as an ethical hacker. So he hacks stuff. And it's ethical because the government tasks him to do it. So it's an interesting field for sure. My husband just walked in, took an early day, LOL. Yeah, you get to spend a little bit of time maybe. I don't know, that like interrupts the day and how you thought it was going to go. Sometimes, I know I get like in a mode of this is what I got to do, and if something happens out of the norm, it kind of throws me off for a little bit. I finished updating my habits and goals notebook and checking in with my accountability group for exercise. I started my financial tests. Awesome, made some good progress. Drink some water, and I've been listening to Ash and Light while I do a slow stroll. A little gentle movement and sunshine to help me start my day. I love that. Yeah. I haven't written this month, but it's still on my wish list for August. Someday my brain will do what I want it to do. I hadn't written this month yet either. I actually hadn't written since last Wednesday, and I was talking about that, and I meant to go somewhere with what I was saying earlier, and then I went off track and never got back on track. I'm at work today. So last night I thought, you know what, I don't have the full stamina to write something, but I've been wanting to brainstorm the second book that comes after Princess of the Iron Corset, and I came up with the name, and I did a lot of brainstorming, came up with I think most of the plot points or whatnot. And then I came up with the first few lines. I loved the first few lines, or I loved the first line. I think it was the first line, maybe the first two lines of Princess of the Iron Corset. I'll pull it up here. I don't know. I feel like I've never been one to the first line has to capture, everybody's attention. I've never been that has to be a thing you do. But for some reason, this series, it has been working that way. Okay, so I'm going to change the protagonist's name, but this is from the first book, the first few lines. Change it from Balira because it's really close to Bahira, and there's a Bahira that's already established in Nira's book. So, and Bahira is in this story, so I thought Balira, Bahira, too similar. I have to change this. So, yeah, Balira watered the fire marigolds her dead sister had loved as if roots and petals could absolve cowardice. And the dead sister she's thinking of is Nira, because all the sisters, the Phoenix Month sisters, had come together and thought they killed their one sister that was born in the same month. So that was the first one. And then the second book I was like, oh, and by the way, the females start with B names. This is the Fire Fae, in Sun Fae, that's summer. It's two male gods. It's patriarchal societies. Males have A names. Females have B names in most cases, especially if you're part of the nobility. And then it's the opposite for winter. So for moon and water, it's matriarchal societies. A names for females, B names for males. So here is the second book. I came up with this last night. I sent it to Devin already. I was like, Devin, I came up with the first like 3 sentences. So Bahini had never claimed to be a good person. She had helped her father destroy noblemen and played her part in her sister's death, but she had not killed the artist laying dead beside her. I actually got that idea for the beginning of this book from something I was hearing. I meant to look it up, but I didn't have time because I was trying to get out of the shower. I heard something about, it was a story, like I think it was in England or something, maybe it was France, I don't know. It was a princess. She was not married for love, and she started having an affair with an artist. And then one day when she's with him, and her mother, I think, I don't know if her mother knew or whatever, but her mother got it cleared that she was training with this artist, and that was her lover. And one day when she was with him, he died. And then it was like they tried everything they could to stop scandal from happening because she was married and she was with this person that was kind of hard to explain why she was alone with this artist, and he's dead. And so I don't know how that story resolved. I just heard about the story. So I thought, oh, that'd be a great opening to a book, that you wake up and your lover's dead and you're actually married. So, but yeah, there you go. So anyways, I like these ones. She feels a little less guilty. Not really, like the first one, Balira, or whatever her name's going to end up being. She feels all this guilt and has carried this guilt for 500 years of what she thought was killing their sister. Where Bahani is, and they all have their own names by the court. The court loves to give names. So Balira was the compliant one, and Bahini is the beauty. And so she's often used by her father to solidify alliances, get information, that kind of stuff. So that's what that's all about. And she doesn't feel as much guilt, only because she's just doing what she was trained to do her whole life, I think. Anyways, I have to dig into her psychology a little bit more, but that's what I've come up with so far. She works hard for the money, so hard for you, honey. And that's for Morgan being at work today. I'm sorry. I'm very poetic, yeah. I think I definitely like the first one. And I didn't even plan it. This is where they say, like, intuitive writers, like Becca Stein talks about it. You intuitively take in, like, arcs and character arcs, story arcs. Like, you take in all these things, and you don't really know what you've done until you finish it. And you're like, oh. And I didn't even realize it, because the marigolds that she's trying to keep alive in that first scene, they're dying because she overwaters them. And at the very end, when she's found her place in the world, she, gets more fire marigolds and starts growing them there, and they're thriving. And I didn't even realize what I was doing. And I was like, oh, wow. Once I looked at the whole story, I was like, oh, this is kind of like showing how the marigolds are like her. Even though for me, in my mind, she always kept the fire marigolds because that was Nira's favorite flower. It still is Nira's favorite flower. She has marigolds in her story. And, yeah, anyways. Every time I work on cybersex stuff, I get in my head because I feel like I'm not smart enough. Learning is hard for me. I don't think it's a... Oh, I still got the banner up there. Oh. I think we all have things that we struggle with when it comes to... Like, I cannot figure out how to work my phone. I can code on a computer, and I cannot figure out how to work my phone. This is one of those mornings I was really thinking, because I was like, how do you send a freaking message to Instagram through the phone? And I was like, I couldn't figure it out. Forget it. That's why I put the link in the chat, because Joanne was asking for it. And I know how to take the link and put it in my email and send it to me through email so that I could get it on my desktop and then put it in the chat. But I couldn't figure out how to send a freaking message through the IG app. So I don't know. I think we all have things that we struggle with. And I think the fact that you're trying says something about your tenacity. So I wouldn't give up. I think you're doing good. The ethical hacker job is cool, right? Yes. So cool. I wouldn't want to do it, but it's a cool job. I can't imagine that, like, I mean, I know how to code. Like, I had been start teaching myself in 2013 when I did my first business. But it's not something I like doing. I mean, I like the output. I don't like the input. Which is not how I feel about writing, right? I like the input. I like the writing. I like what comes out of it. I like all of it. But, so I couldn't imagine doing it. It sounds like a really boring job. But cool, because you can ethically hack. All right, let's go ahead and get going on the next. I'll see you guys on screen on the next one because I am nearly there um, to be able to get my camera working. So, did you tell your husband taught? Did you tell that husband taught me how to hack a router? Did I tell you that husband taught me how to hack? I couldn't say that one for my life here. No, that's really cool. And not, don't come to my house. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's really cool. I wouldn't know how to do that. I probably wouldn't remember unless I did it a few times. But then I'd feel bad for being a hacker. But I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the second sprint. And 3, 2, 1, and good luck, everyone. Yeah, we got camera. Yay! Didn't have camera before because I hadn't had time to do it. So yeah, how'd you guys do? I finished up from. I thought I click on this. I didn't click on. I guess. Finished up what I had to do for my shower. I got some more coffee. Finally took my meds and then went back to work on admin stuff. So making progress. See how you guys did. Left off with talking about ethical hacking, and then Tamara came in. Hello, how's it going? Are you working on anything today? And Andy stopped in. Hello. And Ray says, or Mars. I think both, right? You go by both. Did some cybersex stuff. Wait, is your IGs like Ray? Maybe that's why I keep thinking Ray. I know you've gone by both before, but did some cybersex stuff and got frustrated. A lot I need to learn. Maybe one day it will get easier. You know what? And I know people have different learning styles. When I'm learning something new that is like way over my head, I will, something that I feel that's way over my head, I will find like, I prefer like videos I can watch. I'll just find video after video after video about it and just listen to other people talking about it. And like eventually like the terms start making sense. I'm trying to think what was the most recent thing I did that with because I was just thinking about that the other day. Like some of the, the Facebook ads. Like, I really didn't get it. I did Amazon ads for a couple years, and I took Brian Cohen's class, which he's getting ready to do the class again. It's free. He does it several times a year, and he keeps up with the latest trends and things that are changing on Amazon. And I didn't understand what he was saying. Ray is fine. Mars is fine. Okay. IG is radiant. Oh, it's the same. But either's fine. Okay. I don't know why I keep thinking Ray. So I did Amazon ads. I took Brian Cohen's course. He breaks it down really easy, but I just followed along with what he said to do. And I've never been good at Amazon ads. I couldn't figure out how to make it work. And I heard the terms and some of it like CTOR. I'm like, CTOR. That's in my newsletter. I don't know what that is. I don't get it. And I'd hear it a few times. It took me until learning Facebook ads this year in January where it all started clicking, like all the different terms, the CTOR, the CPC, CPM, all these things started clicking into place because I was watching a whole lot of videos about Facebook ads, a whole lot, all at once. And then that course I was able to transfer that knowledge over to Amazon ads as well because now that started making sense to me. It never made sense to me over the years. And that's probably why I didn't figure it out. Where I'm more successful at Facebook ads. So, and either is fine. Okay. Let's call you Ray Mars. Because I know I'm going to tongue tie it now. Like in my mind's going to tongue tie the names together. But I finished my financial task. Woohoo! And I'm ordering a birthday gift for my great niece. Awesome. I have to start thinking about how I'm going to set up my husband's birthday. It's at the end of September. But I've been wanting to. I don't know if I'll have time for it. But I want to like set up like a scavenger hunt. I did that for his birthday a couple years ago. But I want to do one outside the house, not in the house. It's going to take a little bit of like knowing what's around the area. Like I know it's around, but I need to figure it out. Anyways, yeah, I just got to spend time to do it. Finished my walk. It says Kristen, made breakfast, took my morning meds and supplements, listened to more of Ash and Light, and made some notes on my phone. Baked some apples because it's a rougher food day. What are you having read your book to you? I just found a new app online. Read aloud free text to speech. And so I've been using that to listen to some of my work. Because on the days that I'm not writing, I usually listen to some of my work just so that I can keep it fresh in my mind, especially since I have a couple of different series going. And I was like, some of these, they only give you like 500 minutes a day or a week or month or something like that. I'm like, I run out of this really quick. And I don't want to pay for something like every time I look for a free speech or text to speech, sites, I get like 11 labs. I'm like, but that's something to pay for, I think. I don't know. But I just want something that's just free. I don't have to worry about paying for it. And this one, you don't have to log in. You don't get your credit card. It's completely free. Of course, it does mean that the voice, you could choose a voice that you want, but it does sound kind of robotic or whatever. But for me, the main idea for me is just hearing my work. It's not like I'm trying to make an audiobook out of it. And then I've always wanted to kind of incorporate that in my editing process because you can kind of hear like if you have repetitive words or if there's too much of a staccato or the staccato doesn't work in that section or whatever, or the rhythm, you can typically hear it with that. So I've never used it for editing, but I've always wanted to. And this because I couldn't find a free one. So for a couple of years I've been looking, and then I had stopped looking for like the last few months, and then I looked again and I found one, and it's completely free. You don't have to sign in or nothing. So I'm like, I like this. I think there is a way to just download it to your computer, MP3 download. Or maybe it has an MP3 button on here, so I think you can put your text in there, and then it talks to you, and you can download as an MP3, which would be good if like because sometimes I go to bed at night listening to my books, and like I said, the one that I was using was only like 500 free minutes a month, I think is what it was. But yeah. And that I could put the MP3 on my phone and listen to it. I haven't done that yet, but I've thought about it because I just found this one. So I've listened to 2 things now over the last 2 nights using it. It sounds very, very robotish, but it's okay because I'm just listening to my books. Brian Cohen is great for starter Amazon ads learning. I'm not convinced it's the best or the only way to go about it. I think I agree with you, Andy. I think it's great for getting started to learn what could work for your book, to kind of get your feet in the door. But I don't have any advanced learning on it. I seem to find more on Facebook ads with advanced learning tactics. Like, here's how to do the basics, which is where I started at the beginning of the year with David Gogren. And then just went from there learning more and more other stuff. So I'm now sitting in my zero gravity chair in the shade and drinking matcha. Sounds so relaxing, Kristen. I want to be there. US says, I haven't done much today beyond editing, scheduling reels and shorts. You got stuff done? Yeah, that's a lot to do. I don't know. Social media takes it out of me. So to me, that's a lot. I'm low energy from the no caffeine. I think I'll get moving at some point. I got the hiccups. It's 10:30. I'm hungry. Anyways, moving caffeine. I don't know how. I don't think I could do no caffeine. Oh, I forget. I'm like, what's that noise? Someone's out in our backyard. Oh yeah, that's right. I have an older son at home now because like my younger son should not be out there, and the dog can't get out there and start moving stuff around. But I heard something closing, probably the shed. But Amazon supports Brian Cohen for many reasons. One of which is that he pushes people to do more and more ads. I mean, it works. So, and you haven't heard of him before, really? Oh, well, he's been at my conference a few times. He was just a regular guest speaker, and then he came as a special guest speaker. Sorry, I think that was last year. He was a special guest speaker, and I went to one of his conferences. It was about writer burnout, and Becca Stein was there, and Claire, the gal that Becca Stein really likes for Enneagrams. Her first name is Claire, but I can't remember her last name. There's a bunch of different people that are talking about like learning about your own author type, your writing styles, using that to set up your goals and your tasks so you don't burn out and things like that. It was a really good conference. And so I got to talk to Brian one-on-one there for a little bit. Oh, and I also saw him, the very first time I saw him was when I went to 20 Books at 50K. That was in November of 2023, I think. And I actually got a picture with him. That was the first time I ever met him in person, but he didn't know who I was then. So I think he sort of knows who I am. Sort of, maybe. He meets a lot of people. He probably doesn't know me now. He probably knew me last year during the conference. Probably not now. Same with Becca Stein. I've talked to her a couple times in person, but every time I talk to her in person, she doesn't remember who I am. So I'm like, it's okay. I remember her. So I always feel like I have not enough content and too much content at the same time. Huh. That's an interesting dilemma. I think I've kind of given up on social media. I did it for 90 days straight, and nothing changed. My view count didn't change. My click counts didn't change. Nothing changed. Well, I hadn't really been people clicking things. But of course, you just have the one link, which is my link tree. I had one click in 90 days, and I had been doing content nearly every day. And I was like, this is not worth it. I was spending hours every month. Like, I would take a whole weekend and do all the social media. And I was like, it didn't do nothing for me. So I'm like, I'm done with it. It takes too much on me. I had several things already made. I had some reels. I had like 3 reels and 1 post that I was supposed to put up from yesterday to last week, going back in time to talk about my release that came out yesterday. And I never put it up there because I was like, I don't know. I don't have the willpower for it. I don't know. I need relaxation. My head hurts a little and my joints are aching. Oh, okay. Just like today. You weren't feeling too good yesterday too, right? But you were welcome to pull up a chair and join me. Yes, I will come over and join you. Some relaxation sounds good. I think I need another break, another week off. Because I'm not consistent. I'm getting closer though. Maybe with the school year and more set routine, I'll get this content creation stuff down. I think I just am not doing the right stuff online. But I really enjoyed the video editing. I enjoyed it too when I was doing it. And then when I got out from doing it and put more time to writing, I realized I don't want to do it anymore. But I really enjoyed it when I was doing it, when I was learning it. You know, sometimes I think it falls under like if it's like learning something new in novel, like I have a lot of passion for it. And then once I think I've got it down, then I'm done with it and I'm ready to move on to something else. And I think that's the one thing why writing really works for me, because everything is new. Like every time you write a new story, it's new. Even if it's in the same world, but it's new people. You're getting to know these people and how they live in their world and react to their world and how they decide to make choices in their world and what that looks like. So I think I don't ever bore of writing because of that, but I think everything else I get bored of once I learn it. I would fall off the wagon with writing because of other priorities and then wouldn't have content. So I went with my regular day life for content. Yeah, and you know, it could be just the content, right, that I made. It's probably not what's hitting. I don't have the capacity to be active on socials right now. Me neither. I don't want to be. I should be, but I don't want to be. If I want to finish my book, I have to focus on that. I'll batch some things one of these days before my Kickstarter, though. Yeah. Or are you doing another one? When are you going to do it? I was going to do mine in October this year. The book is done. It went through my Typo Buster team already. I haven't applied any edits from my Typo Buster team, but that's probably like a day or two worth of work. And it's done. Book cover's done. Everything's done. And I have debated about whether or not to even do a Kickstarter, to be honest. I have started setting it up, though. I started doing all the graphics this weekend. I was looking at that's what I did this weekend. My trainer today asked me what I did this weekend. I was like, I don't remember. What did I do this weekend? I had spent like half the weekend, like part of Saturday and like all day Sunday, working on my Kickstarter. And like all that did, I wrote my copy. I did some of my graphics. The graphics I'm using kind of the same graphics that I was using from my first two Kickstarters, you know, so it has like a similar theme to it, but just the color is different. And the setup's gonna be the same. I'm offering a whole lot less. I figured out my entire budget for the Kickstarter, and I was looking at that. I was like, wow, like a day and a half of doing this is what took me like almost 6 weeks to do with my first Kickstarter. And I was like, I'm getting faster at this, but I'm not gonna do it in October though, because with the conference in November, and I'm still trying to get out. My seventh book was in my series was Trouble. It's done except for a final editing round. And the eighth book is still giving me trouble, and I haven't delved into that yet. I'm going to do that before the end of this week. And I got to get those through readers and do more revisions. And those are going to come out October and November. And the conference is in November. And then doing Kickstarter in October. I was like, no, Shannon, you're like overloading yourself. You don't want to do this. You do not have to do a Kickstarter. You do not have to do a Kickstarter this year. So I thought, well, if I do it, I'll do it February. And when I was looking at, okay, next year, when I was looking at what time I have for writing next year, because I did that was another part of what I did this weekend, was look at my stats for writing and time and how many hours it takes me to finish like a project. And I was like, okay, here's the things I would like to get done over the next, I was hoping 2 years, but it ended up being 3 years because based off of the hours I can actually dedicate, I couldn't do it. And I thought, well, I'm gonna have more time next year because one, I don't have a podcast, because I had a podcast through March of this year. And two, we're not doing something else. I don't want to give that away, sorry. So things are going to be clearing up off my schedule. And I thought about it. I said, oh, yes. Oh, wait, no, I'm doing a Kickstarter. So forget all the free time I thought I was getting back. That's all going to be given to the Kickstarter. So, yeah. Gift order. Yay. And we'll deliver it to Addison. She's turning 2 years old. What'd you get her? So sweet. I'd love to know when I'll launch it too. Good. Yeah, there you go. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, February? Do I want to launch it in February? Nah, I don't think so. I'll be coming off my break and be going right into Kickstarter stuff. February is a good month for it because I write fantasy romance, and February is the month of love. But if Kickstarter does the thing that what they did this year, they did romance in July. And I thought, maybe I should, you know, they're probably going to do romance in July again next year. I should probably join that and do that instead. And so I don't know. And then there's part of me that's like, forget it. I don't want to do a Kickstarter. The only reason why I talked myself into, because it was a question at the beginning of this year that I had for myself, and I was writing down my plan for the year. Do I want to do another Kickstarter? And when it came down to it, I was like, I don't want to do another Kickstarter. I was like, I just want to launch this, or, you know, just put this on retailers. And then I started looking at my income dropped drastically last year because I didn't do a Kickstarter. Like the year before I did a Kickstarter. The year before that I had a couple of releases. The year before that I did Kickstarter. So every year my income had been going up until last year, and it went way down. And I was like, okay, this year I need to increase my income. So like the IRS doesn't come after me and say, you got a hobby, not a job. And And so it's like, okay, I got to do the Kickstarter this year so I can make my income go up. And now that I'm going to push it off, my income, it is going to be, it's already higher than it was last year. But I'm like, do I still want to do a Kickstarter then next year? Since I'm not doing one this year, I don't have a bump that I have to worry about working off of next year. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I may decide not to do it in the end. I don't know. I don't want to launch until I have my book in proofreading stage, and I need to write my book description blurb, have my cover adjusted for that and spine and such and other things. Oh, okay. Yeah, but I'm a little bit further ahead. So the proofreading is the only thing that was for my Typo Buster team because it already went through 2 editors, and I applied those edits, and then I wanted to do one more round of Typo Buster team, and I've already seen there was a few typos that they've caught. So I need to go do that. But yeah, I used actually Brian Cohen. There, Eva, I'm using his name again, Brian Cohen. His company is Best Page Forward. A couple years ago, they had a deal on getting 5 blurbs, and it was, I don't remember, 700 or 900. I know it's a huge difference. I just don't remember which number it was. It was $700 or $900 for 5 blurbs. And so I bought it a few years ago, right before I did the first book in my Brides of the Dragon King series, the first book that I launched as a romantasy author. So they've done all of my Brides of the Dragon King's blurbs. So I already have the blurb done. It's done. The cover's done. All of it's done. So, okay, I got the hiccups bad. Okay. You're doing 15 different jobs. That's what you did last weekend, right? I was like looking, I was like, I don't remember what I did this weekend. And I was like, oh, I did my numbers. But I kept thinking while I was talking about my numbers with my writing and everything, I was like, that's not what I did the whole weekend. So what else did I do? And now I remember it was Kickstarter stuff. It's also exciting. One step at a time is all you can do, and you can handle one step at a time. Yeah, like eating an elephant one bite at a time. I want to have a physical proof copy in hand before launch. Same. Oh, Kristen, I don't know. Who did you use to do your books? Your publisher slash distributor. I don't know if they're the same for you. Like I use Ingram Spark, and at the time that I did it, I was looking at like the special editions and everything that most people were using Book Vault. And when I went to go look at the prices and I uploaded my books, I uploaded it. And I looked at, I was like, dang, I was like, this is higher already than Ingram Spark. But of course, it's a special edition. Ingram Spark, you can't do the bespoke volumes. And then you had to pay for shipping from the UK to the US because they only do the bespoke in the UK. I was like, how are people making money on their Kickstarters? And I remember Devin and I, we were like sitting there looking at stuff because she was getting ready to do her Kickstarter after me. And we're like, how are people making money? They're charging like $35 for a special edition paperback or whatever. And when I put mine in there, it was going to be like $70 just for for shipping and handling and all of that. I was like, I can't sell a $75 book. I think it was $75 for the hardback. I was like, I can't sell a $75, but when I'm gonna sell it for $80 and I make $5 off of it, then that's not worth doing a Kickstarter. I might as well just put it on retailers at that point. Because after you pay for fees and, credit cards and all of that, you're not making much money. So I was like, I don't know how people are doing this. And I was like, they must be getting it in bulk. But, I was just pricing things this weekend as well, and Book Vault has come like way down. Like I put the paperback in there in Ingram Spark and in Book Vault, just the paperback, without looking at shipping. And Ingram, it was going to be like $19 and some change for the paperback. That's just to produce it. And in Book Vault, it was $17 because the Book Vault was $9 and some change. It wasn't a $10 difference. It was like an $8 difference. So I was like, all right. And then with Book Vault, that was with getting the, what was I adding on there? I'm not doing sprayed edges because I have printed edges, so I don't have to worry about that part. But it must have been the paperback, not the paperback, the hardcover, because I looked at in papers. So yeah, it was the hardcover. It had to be the hardcover because I was looking at and added in papers, custom in papers, which I don't have custom in papers done. I have my artist is creating 4 images or pictures for me right now. That was $720 base price. I don't know what it was after taxes. And then not to include tip when he's done. But I was like, I can't pay someone for in papers, but I was looking at on Amazon, on Kickstarter. And that's what like everybody's doing is they're doing a special edition, like with the in papers and the sprayed edges and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing foil on my cover. So the most I could do is in pages. And I've got 3 files from Deposit Photos. It's like opened up right now that I think I can take those and merge them together to make the in papers. And it only costs a little bit more. And so even with the in papers on there, the paperback or the hardback, it must have been the hardback, was still cheaper than the one on Ingram. And that was even looking at shipping. I was like, okay, shipping's probably going to make it equal. Well, now Book Vault is shipping everything. Like they have something in place with a company. I don't remember what I read. I read it, but I don't remember. But something, they have something in place with a shipping company where all the books that are being shipped at one time, it's one base price for that, like the containers, and then that's distributed among how many authors are there, and it could be anywhere. I think they said 50 cents or to $1 or something like that. And then once it hits the US, then they're just paying for the media mail. And so you're looking anywhere from $4.50 to $6, depending on the size of your book. Um, and if you got a bigger book, then more than $6. But I thought that's still way cheaper than Ingram Spark, and I was like, I'm definitely doing that. So that's why I started looking at photos to do the in pages. I think I have a really good idea. If I can make it, if I can get this to look the way it is in my head, then I'll have some good in pages, and I'll do them myself, so then I can say done by the author. Well, I mean, they're images, so not really drawn, but goal was late summer launch, which could potentially still be next month before we hit fall, but I'm not sure. Wait. Oh, launching it. Oh yeah, I'm planning to launching it hopefully this month because I have like a I backed a Kickstarter with Anthea Sharp last year, who's known for doing Kickstarters, and part of the my backing of whatever tier I got, she was gonna take a look at my Kickstarter page because I was like, for sure I'm doing Kickstarter this year at that time, a year ago. And so and it runs out at the end of this month, so I have to get something up just so she can take a look at it, which means I'm launching the page. So yeah, I'm probably doing it this month. Heard nothing. I'm going to try to keep it simple for my sake. Yeah, I'm went way more simple on my, because I looked at what people were offering like a few years ago when I first started back in 2023 is when I did my first one. People were offering like all kinds of stuff. Like, yeah, here you got that, you get the hardcover, but you're also gonna get this whole like swag bag with like multiple images and a bookmark and collector's edition this or whatever, some little things, all these things, postcard. There was like lots of stuff that you would get. And now I'm seeing some of them, and they're just the paperback and with a bookmark, and just the hardback with a bookmark. And I'm like, and they're still charging the same price for the tiers, so they're not offering a whole lot. I still did offer a little bit more than what I was seeing on there at this time, which was a good. This is a good time to look into it because July Romance of July just finished up, so there's tons and tons of romantasy on there, and in PNR and stuff as well. So yeah, so there was really, so I'm offering a whole lot less. I took out a whole lot of things I was doing before that would take the most time. That didn't cost me any money, but took me the most time, like an annotated chapter by chapter annotation, audio annotation. I would spend a few hours putting that together, and I've done that for the first two books, but that's in the highest tier, and I've had three people altogether get the highest tier between the two Kickstarters. So I was like, it's not really worth the time. And if I'm doing a special edition with all this extra stuff, then I don't need to do that. But a little baby stroller with a baby doll and all kinds of baby accessories. Oh, that is a good gift. Here's a case of a bad parent. I really wanted a baby doll and a stroller when I was little, and my mom had a friend she made that lived across the street from us who had a little daughter, and they had more money than us, so her daughter had all kinds of cool toys in her room. And I remember playing there like, oh my gosh, wow, like we didn't have that much money. And I finally, for my birthday, got that baby doll in a stroller. And I brought it over to show her, and she liked it, and she wanted it and asked me for it. And I said, no, it's my birthday present. My mom made me give it to her. Great parenting. There you go. So I lost my baby doll and stroller. Yep. I used Ingram Spark and Book Vault UK both last time. Okay, cool. So anyways, their prices have come down. Hello, this is Gwenna. Hello, how are you? Are you working on anything? Kickstarter buyers are aware they'll pay more for the unique item. Yeah. Man, the more I hear about self-pubbing, the more I'm certain about starting with trad. You got to get a whole advance to afford doing all of that. I mean, it depends on how you go about doing it. I mean, everything gets harder every year. So if you're going to do it now. That's all I can tell you. Because when I did my Kickstarter in 2023, so the special editions was like getting a different cover on the case laminate of the hardback and a different cover for the jacket. That's what like a special edition was back then. Now it's the printed edges or the sprayed edges, the end papers, images, all that stuff. So yeah, it gets trickier every year. So, but when I did mine a couple of years ago, it was with the idea that if I did not succeed in my Kickstarter, I was no longer going to be publishing the way I was publishing, like paying for book covers. And I already dropped off paying for editing because I was still $4,000 in debt just from editing and marketing costs for my first trilogy. And I was like, I can't continue going in debt. I need to make money at some point here. I mean, I'm not looking to be rich, but I do want this to be a little more than a hobby, and it's bringing in some money. So yeah, and I was like, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't pay for my book cover, then I'm not going to continue with this. But it did. My first one was successful. It paid for my book cover. It paid for most of my next book cover. And then my next Kickstarter paid for the rest of that book cover and all of my next book cover after that. So this time, I think if I do this Kickstarter, is probably going to be my last one. I say that there would have to be, what I'm finding now on Kickstarter is that those who already have an established book that is doing well with a special edition, those are the ones that are making the money right now, like $20,000, $40,000. The newer books, brand new books, are going. What I saw from my research this weekend was between like $3,000 to $8,000, and all of my books are brand new. They're not already known on Amazon or anywhere like that. So I thought I'm probably never going to do another Kickstarter. And it's like, unless I get a book that hits it with the market and that's what people want. If it does really well, then I might do a Kickstarter at that point, because even me, I would probably want a special edition of that. So I've paid 40 for one singular book. Wow. Yeah. And they're outrageous almost now. I mean, they're not 40. I say outrageous because I'm like, I look at some of the special editions. I'm like, those are pretty, but I don't know. Like, I don't know most of the authors. So, I mean, I look at it, I'm like, I haven't read that book. I don't know if it's tested with your market well. So, but I'm not gonna pay $75 for it. That's what most of them are going for now. I paid $200 for the Peter Aurelian Kickstarter to get the fully signed volume. So it sounds like someone that you knew and that you wanted, that's a lot, but awesome. Good. It's good to know. I'm planning to use Book Vault again, but I haven't priced things out yet. Yeah, it's definitely come down in price. So to be honest, a good fan will pay an arm and a leg. Yes, agreed. Do people actually want all the little stuff? It seems like a waste to me. I tend to get just book or ebook combos, though we did get the full Sanderson Kickstarter. I think I had heard that a couple years ago. There was someone on Kickstarter where they had stuff that came with the books, but part of the because you get one survey through Kickstarter at the end where you get to collect whatever it is you need to collect. If you need physical addresses, this is the last time to collect the physical address, all stuff. I always ask through there about if they want to join my newsletter. And I heard how an author put on there, because you can do it by tier, like, do you want all the extra goodies that come with it, or do you just want the book? And I don't know what came of that. I just had heard that there was an author doing that. I don't know where it ended up, but that might be something to think about. Your mom made you give it to her. Yep. Oh my God. My mother used to do the same. It's so traumatizing. It is. I'm like, I had no good toys. Like, anything I had was like broken because we got Goodwill toys or toys that were donated to us by the church I went to. I was the only one who went to church. And yeah. And so I finally had something that was brand new. It was mine. And my mother made me give it up. And I mean, that wasn't even the last time. There was, when I was a teenager, I'm not really a TV person. My dad made really good money one year. He was a computer programmer. It was right before Y2K. So there's a bunch of stuff going on, right? They thought the end of the world was going to happen with Y2K when the computers changed from 1999 to 2000. And so he had lots of work that year. And we all got TVs for Christmas. Now that I was a teenager now. I think I was like 16, 17. And I barely was at home. And when I was home, I didn't watch TV. And so I asked if I could just get the money back for it. And my mom's like, yeah, I'll take you. So we went, and I got to pick out some things, and she was putting stuff in the basket. And I didn't even think about it until we got up to the front. And then she started putting all her stuff up there for me to use my money from the TV to pay for her stuff. And I was like, what are you doing, Mom? And then, of course, she gave me a big guilt trip. And I was like, whatever. I felt like I had to pay for her stuff. So I was like, I didn't even get the money out of that TV. Because most of the stuff that we paid for was hers. So, yeah. Some do, but most interest is in the book themselves. Yeah, it has to be sustainable. Yes. Mine in 2023, early access, low bling, did about 5.5 as debut. No idea how this campaign will go, though. Yeah. I never actually read anything by Peter or okay, but it was a compilation of a bunch of different authors doing some short stories. A lot of them are huge. And okay, well, that makes sense. So you weren't a fan necessarily of him, but of people there. Always went to sample a bunch of different authors, but buying books individually is too expensive, so it seemed like an investment myself and in my craft. Did you read through it then? It's a good way to look at it, Gwenna. I remember hoping work closed with Y2K. Like a snow day. Yeah, wouldn't that have been nice? That way I would have gone no contact with your mother so quick. Yeah, I tried for many years to think about how, because she had a terrible upbringing, and I was like, she didn't have parents who taught her like right from wrong, or how you should treat your children. But yeah, I finally did break off all contact. That was a couple years ago now, with my family when they all got mad at me because I wouldn't go to court to lie about my brother's ex-wife using drugs so that he could get custody of the kids when it was his fault that he was losing custody. And I told him it was going to be his fault if he did what he did, but he did it anyways. And then they wanted me to go to court and lie about it, lie about her drug use. She wasn't using drugs. Um, and I wouldn't do it, and they all got mad at me. And I was like, I'm done. This is it. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Y2K Snow Day comes in late August. Or the Y2K Snow Day, or is that something else? That's probably something else. I don't know. Like birthday present to myself, just the most expensive one I've ever bought. Ah, comfort to friend. It's very hard to lose where we came from. Yeah, good move, but it's still hard. Yeah, and I feel a lot lighter about it now. Um, there's no part of me that regrets. Even years later, I don't regret it because I realized just how much it was dragging me down. Thank you. It was kind of hard, especially with my brother yelling at me and telling me it was my brother. He was like, "That's it. I'm never talking to you again. I don't want you in my life." And I'm like, "Wait, what? What are you talking about?" He's like, "Because you won't go to court and say that she's using drugs." I was like, "She's not using drugs. Where are you getting this from?" He was like, "You're supposed to go to court and do it." And I'm like, and he was like, "Mom and Dad said it." And I'm like, "Okay." And then I talked to my parents and they said, "Yeah." Thanks. I'm sorry I talked so much, Kat. Probably didn't help you with trying to stay productive today, but thank you so much. And I'll see you tomorrow. If not, my sprint's yours. Then later in the day. And then bye, friends. Is Gwenna. Have a good day, Kat. Later, Kat. All right, let's go ahead and get into another. I think I've talked too long. Um, oh, geez. Yeah, 12, 1. Yeah, we can do one more sprint. Oh, I said I was going to be able to do three. That was the second one. So, because I have to leave out early today. I got a doctor's appointment, and I had to be done by 12:30. And this will come back off this around noon my time. My time. So, last sprint then. 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thanks so much for coming. For everyone else, 60 minutes, and good luck. Okay, that is time, and that is also the last sprint, as I'm going to have to go to an appointment. We have no comments. So I think everybody was really industrious, or they left out. There's a few people here. So yeah, I finished up the admin stuff I needed to get done, and then I decided instead of digging into the 8th book, which I still need to like tear apart, I thought, you know what, let me just go ahead and get the editing done. And I have Pro Writing Aid is what I'm using. So that was 29 minutes. It's 76 words added. The things that I typically have wrong were wrong. I had missing articles. I also had a few missing pronouns. Had a wrong pronoun. And the wrong prepositions, like needed against instead of at, and toward instead of near, or something. I don't remember what it was. Anyways, yeah. So the things that normally wrong with my my writing were evident, and definitely in place. And I know some of it, like the wrong pronoun, was because I remember changing that sentence structure, and I guess I didn't change all of it, and it no longer makes sense with the pronoun. It was supposed to be she instead of her. I think it was like her knowledge something something something, and I changed it to her knew something something something. It was supposed to be she knew, but I didn't even see that when I was doing it. So yeah, whenever you revise, you like mess things up. So I remember revising that sentence and I messed it up. But yeah, I made it through the front part of chapter 3. This one's like a full novella length. Most of the Bound to the Element series books are shorter novelettes, depending on what you want to call them. They're like between 10 and 15,000 words. This one is 20,646 words. So quite a bit here. But all right, got some comments. Let's see how you guys did. 12:30 for that sprint. Yay, that's awesome. And thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for being here, and congrats on getting some great word counts in there. I got on Threads. Then remembered what I was supposed to be doing. Harvested 2 pumpkins, gourds from the compost pile, and listened to more of Ashen Light. And nice, Gwyneth, says Kristen. And thanks, says Gwyneth to Kristen. I've been catching a lot of that too. Oh, you have the same issues? I don't know. Those are my particular issues. With them, it's usually missing articles and wrong prepositions, but I've also been missing pronouns recently too. That's a new one for me. So yeah, my glasses are ready for pickup, so it's a good time for us to end today. I really appreciate how consistently I can rely on you for co-working. Yay! And then just a reminder: next week starts school, so I will be starting at 8 a.m. in the morning. I think, if I remember right, I'll still be streaming at this time, but we'll be getting close to the end. It's going to be 4 1-hour sprints with 5-minute breaks in between, except for sprint 2 and 3. There's going to be an additional 25-minute break in between. So 1 5-minute break to catch up, and then 25 minutes to make me get up and move. Because I've been sitting here. I sit here when I do these and don't move, so I need to make myself move more. But yeah, all right, that will take us to the end. Today is Tuesday. So I'll be back tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Wednesday is the 3 1-hour long sprints starting at 8 a.m. in the morning. So, or 8 a.m. my time central. Thank you everyone so much for joining me today. And it's Tuesday. Is anything going on Tuesday? Nia might be streaming, so I'll check. All right. Thanks everybody. Catch you.